foster an inviting, intellectual, and inclusive environment for all students. And we've all seen Zoom fatigue. We've got Zoom, we've got WebEx, we've got Google Meets, Hangouts, it's conference calls, it's endless. And I think my colleagues really hit the nail on the head about the point. It's at the end of the day, we need to have fun. And although we might have committee meetings and agendas and resolutions, although we're all fired up and passionate about those issues, we have to schedule and build time just to get to know each other. Have breakout sessions where you learn about the different things happening on campuses, or you learn about what people's favorite ice cream flavor is and play games. And I think that for us in Student Assembly has really helped us build and foster a community where students get to know each other. And then when we do stand before the legislature and we stand before the key decision makers at SUNY and other institutions, we have that strong bond and connection with each other that helps us bring investment as really the key to public higher education.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you all for those great responses. So I guess we've talked about challenges now. I guess if you all were to highlight your organization's biggest success as well as biggest shortcoming in regards to engaging students, what would it be? And we'll start with Rob.
Oh, biggest success with engaging students. That's a hard one, because I think it's asking to qualify it. At least when I hear that question, I'm always thinking about success in terms of engaging students the same way we would have before the pandemic. But I've recently been trying to come around to this way of thinking that's, trying to measure student engagement in a way that is views the pandemic less as this single disruption and more as a process of transformation. And I'm trying not to personally be like, oh, because we're not engaged in the exact same way as we were this time last year, that it's different. So I think the strongest point of that is this idea that, at least, again, I can't speak for every student in NYPIRG, we have so many, I feel much more connected to the entire NYPIRG community. I feel much more connected to students, who are hundreds of miles away at our upstate campuses, or who are, maybe not hundreds of miles away, but might as well be hundreds of miles away here in New York City, because of the transit and the fact that the subway still terrifies me right now. So I think that is definitely the real strength, where we have this. Sorry, there's something in the chat. I think that's a real strength of this adapting to this pandemic world, is that, and I think that's also one of the drawbacks, is kind of related to that, where everything feels bigger, and I feel like all these communities which are developing, it can feel very isolating to be the only new person on a Zoom call. And I think that that's something that we as organizers and as our organizations have to deal with, is, there's not, it's not like you're walking into a room full of new people and you can kind of hang out in the corner. Everyone can see you. Everyone knows you're there. And it can definitely be stressful. And so I think that's a weakness in creating these inviting atmospheres, especially this late in the semester or in the year. I think recruiting new people is very difficult, much more difficult than it would be if we're in person.
Right, great. Brad?
I think from our perspective, the numbers just keep going up. I've never seen something like this. I mean, despite the pandemic, despite the challenges of online and virtual education, despite the fact that so many students have never taken an asynchronous online course before, the numbers just keep going up. I've never seen so many people vote before. I've never seen so many SUNY t-shirts waiting in line to vote. It's so amazing to see how many student leaders are coming up to vote, getting involved, civic engagement, just coming out to meetings, joining for conferences like this, the numbers are really, really going up. And as student leaders, we can't take for granted that everyone may or may not have a laptop or access to the internet or a webcam. So there are some challenges we have to take into account as we go about our business, but it's really been great to see this semester how many students are really involved and how many times we put out a call for something and you expect to see maybe 1 or 2 or 3 people respond, and then all of a sudden your inbox is flooded with hundreds of students. So it's really great to see such civic engagement and such participation this semester.
Fantastic. Giovanni?
Yeah, I think one of our biggest successes would be civic engagement, as well as Brad. I think also, I don't think we are going to take all the credit for that. I think what has gone on in the world and all the uproar in many different ways in politics and social racial justice, the pandemic has caused people to be fired up and wanting to be the change. And it also has helped our advocacy in a way for us to mobilize even more. And just seeing more students care and understanding the fight of community and their role and why they are part of this fight and why it's so important for them to not only just show up and vote, but be consistent and follow up after and figure out ways they can get involved to create a sustainable effort of longevity with the issues they're passionate about. So that's what I would say our biggest success was.
Awesome. So our next question is a little bit interesting. If your respective organizations knew that the pandemic was coming, what would you have done differently last spring? And how have you applied that to your preparation for the fall? And we'll begin with Brad.
Well, I'll tell you this, we would have bought a subscription to Zoom. I think, one of the things we've been trying to do this semester is build out our website and build out our online and mobile and virtual platforms. So one of the things we've been working on this semester is an archive project. We're putting together every single resolution, every single material and document that the Student Assembly has ever produced and put out up on our website. And that's something that I think in this virtual circumstance, in this virtual environment, students will see as a real resource to take a look and roll back the clock and see, where the Student Assembly has been, where similar organizations have been in different challenging budget times and fiscal crises, and what we can do to learn from those areas and those eras and how we can apply that to today. So we're looking forward to building out our mobile and online and virtual capacity. And had we known that in the spring, I think, or in the fall, I think we would have invested some more time into that. But I think we really have a great team this semester to get that done. And like I said, I look forward to working with the folks we have here to continue that effort.
Great. Giovanni?
I don't know. I think that last year we actually went pretty hard with everything that we did, and I'm glad that we went that approach. Some people be like, oh my God, why are you doing all these things? And when the pandemic hit, we realized that I'm glad that we went this hard. We went to Auburn almost like every weekend in March and April. So I don't know if there's anything I would change. I think that, even when you're organizing and you don't know what can happen, it's important to always leave it all on the line. I would say just mentally preparing for the pandemic and knowing how to work through. I would say in the beginning, it was a rough time just grasping with the fact that I won't be able to be on campus and registering people to vote. So maybe a game plan of how that would have been done, but obviously a game plan wouldn't be able to happen because in fact, we are in a pandemic and no one knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, Rob?
Yeah, that's such a really good question to think about what we do differently. I think social media, we would have started operating the way we have now, just to continue to build following. But I don't know. That's a really good question because the pivot happened so fast that I'm trying to think, would we give up a lot of this valuable time we have building community face to face, because I feel like our pivot was so successful and so quick. That's a hard one. I think one of the big things would have been, if I had to pick one thing that we would have done differently, I think it definitely would have been starting these meetings that we have now, these statewide meetings I've mentioned, where we have students meet with on issues like our public banker voting or higher education or environmental stuff, having those be, they're Zoom calls or Google Meets, having those be earlier, starting those before the pandemic to give, because I think they're great. And I think they give such a powerful place of conversation and action and cohesion. They went over the summer. So I think starting those maybe back in, I guess, January or February, rather than after the pandemic, would have been the one thing.
Okay, yeah. So this is our last pre-prepared question, I guess. All in all, what would you say is the most important message that you have for students right now, especially that the elections are over? And we'll begin with Giovanni.
This is my favorite question. I would say there are so many more elections coming up. And there's so many more things that are going to come across our way that we may not be prepared for. But I think that as students, finding your role in this fight, you all play a particular role in finding the thing that you're passionate about and amplifying that, because society needs you, and we need people who are passionate, who are willing, to put in 100% to move society forward. And that is the only way we get change. And collectively understanding that it's okay to disagree, and knowing that if you are collectively working together to progress the society, finding your role and being committed to that. It's not just enough to vote in the presidential election. It's very important to understand what is going on in your backyard and holding yourself accountable, because these issues affect yourself. And also being open-minded. We are in a shift, in a time where we're shifting and things are changing, and learning about people who are not like you, and learning about different things and the most marginalized, and how you can play a role within that. And I would say, never feel defeated, never feel like your fight is in vain, because we've only gotten this far, and we're allowed to do these things because people have spent years advocating and fighting for these things. And staying true to yourself and having fun, but also understanding we all have a duty to pay in this society, to give back and to help fight forward and to challenge the systems of status quo and ensure that, we have change. And just because we've elected a president and we have new people in Congress does not mean they're just going to bring the soul change. It's our job to bring the pressure, and the change starts with us. And there's more power within the people. There's more of us than it's with them. And we just have to organize and out-organize them and out-strategize, so we can have victories.
Absolutely, yeah. Rob?
Yeah, I think I agree a lot. What we have is that there is such a communal power here. And, I was talking with some people about the election, and I was telling them, voting is such an important part and such a good way to civically engage. But, what happens on November 3rd doesn't change the fact that there's still health hazards. There's still, school costs too much still. The TAP gap will still exist. And while voting might change that, that doesn't mean our advocacy has to end. In fact, if anything, that means that, we have to find more tools to wield. If we have so much more energy to give, and completely right, there are more of us. There's so many of us here. We have like 100 people here. We can put pressure. We can call. We can figure out what these solutions to these really complicated and difficult problems are. And I think that is so important to realize, that not only are there more of us, we're together. That's something I think that voting, while it's so important, it really is just an individual act. But we can come together and work collectively. The collective work we can do beyond thinking civic engagement is casting a ballot every 4 years. It might be casting a ballot every year. It might be figuring out who's running. It might be figuring out how to advocate on issues regardless of who wins. That's, as a nonpartisan organization, I think that's such a powerful place for us to be, is to think, it doesn't matter who wins. We're going to hold them accountable. We're going to put pressure on them. We're going to make sure that they know that we're here. We're building, it's our thing. We're building student power. And I think that's so important, is the only way to build power is to realize that you can exercise it. A well-organized community is strong enough to, no matter who's in charge, get what we want.
Yeah, awesome. Brad?
If I could boil it down to one message, I would say 3 words: continue the fight. It doesn't stop on election day. Once you cast your ballot, you don't just wait 4 more years, like Rob said. We have to fight for investment. And when we're fighting for an investment, what I mean by that is fighting for funding on our campuses. And we are probably the biggest voting bloc in the state. We're students, and we have students who are young, we have students that are old, we have students that are everywhere in between, from all walks of life. And if we come together and we vote in local elections, town supervisors, school board, city council, state assembly, state senate, all the way up, top and bottom, even judges on the ballot, we can make some serious change in New York. And when we're playing on the statewide level, when we have institutions like SUNY and CUNY that come together to voice that concern and fight for affordability, accessibility in public higher education, we can come together. And as Rob said, we are building that student power. We are the student voice. So when we come together collectively and we fight for that student investment, we pay that investment back to the state of New York. We're the ones who are living here. We're paying property taxes, we're paying income taxes, we're buying homes, we're supporting local businesses. We are the students of New York State, and we create that engine of economic opportunity through our studies and through what we're doing on our campuses. So it's not just about showing up once, it's about showing up consistently, continuing that fight, and then engaging other students in that process.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this is the part where we're going to answer some questions that you all have for the panelists. So if you have any questions, we encourage you to just send them in a private message to Kevin, and he'll direct them to me. So I guess we can wait a little bit. If you haven't seen in the chat, there's the agenda for the rest of the day. And that's where you're going to see a little bit of more of the details regarding the breakout rooms that we're going to be going into shortly, if you guys don't have any questions. So I guess I'll talk about the breakout rooms while we wait, if there's any questions. So the breakout rooms are going to be separate Zoom calls. So if you click on the agenda, the links are all in the agenda. And if you have any questions, of course, just enter it in the chat. Our first breakout session is going to be talking about student activism and faith. And that's going to be led by student leader Santana Alvarado and NYPIRG project coordinator Aisha Schmidt. The second breakout session is going to be talking about student activism and disability rights. That's going to be led by student leader Abigail Thomas and NYPIRG project coordinator Gabrielle Alper. And the third breakout session is going to be talking about student activism and racial justice. And that's going to be led by NYPIRG project coordinator Esperanza Rosenbaum. So, I implore you to pick the one that you're most drawn to. Are there any questions, you guys? Okay, so we have a question from Zeke. What have you found helps when you're trying to get students engaged at a Zoom meeting? We'll start with Rob.
This haunts me. This question haunts me every day. I ask myself this before I go to sleep, when I wake up in the morning, is how to get people to engage on a Zoom call. Because I'm sure, as many of you know, a Zoom call a lot of the time will just look like a bunch of little gray squares with names in them. And so I think one of the best ways to engage people is to meet them where they're comfortable. Doing a question of the day, doing highs and lows, getting people to treat it less as a meeting where we're going over serious business, no matter what the business is, to make people feel comfortable in that space, to make that space feel low intensity, and to make it feel like it's a space people can open up in, right? You know, if I'm entering into a Zoom call and we're going to talk about public banking, for example, which is a really important thing and I'm really passionate about. And, you know, going around, having everyone, you know, questions of the day, I think have been such a good part of that. But also, you know, saying, oh, if you're not comfortable turning on your camera, please put something in the chat. That's a good way to get people engaged, because then you can have someone in the chat doing stuff constantly. One of the tools I found really helps with that is having someone designated by the organizers to read people's messages in the chat. And that 100%, in my experience, has encouraged people who don't want to turn their mic on, don't want to turn their camera on, to actually put something in the chat, because if they know their voice is going to be heard. And so little things like that, figuring out how we can accommodate for that has been important. And I think incorporating a lot of practices from the disability justice movement has been something that's helped me in my non-NYPIRG organizing. You know, just campus organizing, we have a sick and disabled student union, and their practices have really helped encourage engagement. And so you know, having a designated person read from the chat has been one of them.
Okay, great. Brad?
I think this is a tough one, and Rob hit on a lot of great points. One of the things I like to do in our meetings is I like to spice it up a little bit when it comes to our orders of business. So for example, if we have an agenda or we're doing roll call, instead of just going down the list, I'll say, all right, I can see Anna's here. Anna, what's your favorite hobby? And then Anna might say, you know, I like basketball. And then by the time you do that with a whole entire group of student leaders, you've one, accomplished your mission and your goal of checking to see who's in attendance. And two, at the end of the day, Anna might know that Zeke likes to play piano, and Zeke might know that Anna likes to play basketball. And if you do that maybe 4 or 5 times, now everyone's learned something or a few things about each other that, you know, if you have the opportunity to meet up in real life or you have the opportunity to connect outside of a formal setting, I think that can really bridge some gaps between just sort of knowing, you know, someone's interested in XYZ topic. You get to know a little bit about them as a person as well.
Great, I really like that, yeah. Giovanni?
I would say just having like small talk. Hey, how's everyone's weekend? Like if I see someone eating something or they have a latte or something, they're drinking something, I'll be like, hey, what are you drinking? Just trying to make small talk or just talking about current events. That's also funny and joking around. So those are some of the approaches that I like to take to get people, you know, breaking the ice in the meetings.
Okay, great. So we have one more question. It's, has there been an effort to engage people who otherwise might not have joined organizations focused on in-person interaction, but are effective and excited about cyber activism without in-person interaction? And we'll start with Brad. Yeah.
Sure, I think that's a really interesting topic. And, you know, we really focused on reaching a wider group of students this year. So in the past, we primarily had a lot of success working with students who, I guess you could say, are the typical student leader, or maybe just the traditional student leader. But now that we have Zoom meetings and we have virtual sessions, in many instances, we're able to connect with student parents, for example, who they might not have the opportunity to attend a session on campus, but if they can kind of multitask while a child is in the other room doing something, or they can participate in a virtual setting. We've had a lot of success connecting with different types of students because of the virtual setting and because of the use of computers and Zoom. So I think there's a lot of great tactics that we can use, and I think it's something to take note as we schedule different timings as well. So as students, I think a lot of our events happen in the evenings, but it's also important to host events maybe from 12 to 1 or 12:30 to 1:30 to get students who may be working full time and might not be able to join in the evening sessions to host a program at lunchtime. Maybe they can hop on in their lunch hour. And it's a great way for us to connect with more students in ways that previously we wouldn't have the opportunity to do so.
Great. Giovanni?
I would say in terms of, connecting with the students and having the opportunity to, to engage and just figuring out ways we can communicate with them, and also just making sure that people feel connected and they know like you're here together and they know that people are here for them, because it's kind of hard. And also people who haven't there's some people who just got into the fight. There's some people who have been on campus and they never knew how to get involved. So how do you reach out to them and being opening and being welcoming to them? And I think it's a big part of making sure your information is publicized in a way that it can reach the majority of people. And also letting them know, like, even though we're in a pandemic, we've never met each other face to face, you still have a place in this fight, because a lot of people are wanting to get involved. And it is a weird way to get involved with some sort of movement via a screen. But I think that it's all about the organization's approach and being welcoming and finding a role for them to play.
Awesome. Rob?
Yeah, I think, I've been thinking about a lot of the same way that, every year, first year students, we have to bring them in, right? We have, every year there's students who, are new to the college experience, to the university experience, or returning to the university experience. And I think that is, engaging them with our organizations is a new process every year. And so I think widening our horizons from just thinking about, I've personally started to move away from the idea that there, even before the pandemic, that there was a difference between the kind of activism we're doing now and what we were doing back when we could meet in person a lot more. Because, this cyber activism, this digital organizing space has been a mainstay of the disability justice movement for years and years and years. And so I think learning from people who have organized this way, how have they been getting people involved and engaged, right? And I think figuring out what's worked in the past, and meeting people where they're at, not necessarily having our spaces be for us, who've been with NYPIRG for 4 or 5 years, that people who've been, doing this for a long time, that's, it might be, important to create a welcoming space in person, but it's so much more important to create engagement. It's not only to create a welcoming space, but to create a space that people feel like they can contribute to. Especially when we have, after this summer, so many first year students have come to me saying, what can I do about politics? And I was like, well, that really depends on what you mean by politics. And so figuring out what level people are comfortable engagement, what issues people actually want to tussle with, that for me has been something super important. And getting people engaged is thinking about what are ways we can reimagine these digital spaces and what are ways we can get people to invest their time, because on the digital world, presence, it's a very low commitment to turn on a Zoom meeting, turn off your camera, put it on the background while you're cooking dinner. But time, getting people to invest their times on the time on these issues, figuring out what will make people want to do that. And that's really been meeting them right where they're at, figuring out how they can get engaged, and figuring out what works.
Great, fantastic. Well, thank you all so much. Your responses were great, and we really appreciate you coming and speaking to everyone today. And thank you everyone for coming. So right now, you've probably seen the breakout session. Links are in the chat. And the agenda is also in the chat. So I guess if you have any questions, you can ask them in the chat, but we're going to go to the breakout rooms now. So thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hey everyone, just want to hang on for a few seconds. We're just having some slight technical issues. We're going to be putting the new links for the students, for student activism and racial justice and student activism and faith in the chat right here really quickly. Sorry for those technical difficulties. Hey everyone, sorry for that. If you look in the chat right now, there are the links for the student activism and racial justice breakout and student activism and faith. The new links are in the chat right now, so please make sure to join those and start in a couple seconds. Yeah, hey everyone that just joined or wasn't able to hear me. We did have to change the links for the breakout sessions. The new links for the student activism and faith and student activism and racial justice are going to be in the chat. Lamaya, there's the new links. I will post the new links for the 2 breakout sessions in the chat again right now. Sorry about that. We just had slight technical difficulties. Lamaya, there's the new links. I will post the new. Hey everyone, if everyone's having issues getting into the breakout meetings, I'm going to be reposting the links again for you all right now. Sorry, we had to change the links. So these are going to be the updated links. The student activism and disability rights is still the same link.
Okay. Can I start video? Do I have to start the video?
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us right now. We'll start in just a few minutes.
That was my reminder to watch it.
You have to start the video. Please select another video.
No problem. And get I
can't,
texted the person. I think they might be controlling this.
Okay, could be.
But why we don't hear her? My concern, I just.
Hi everyone, just having slight technical issues. We'll be starting in 2 seconds. Thank you so much for holding on, and want to thank the majority leader and Senator Myrie for joining us so early. And at this time, I'd actually like to bring it to our MC for this panel discussion, Tassif Hassan.
Hey everyone, my name's Tausif. Welcome to the NYPIRG Fall Student Empowerment Conference. I'm the Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Hey Tausif, we're just gonna hold 1 second. We're having a little technical difficulty.
Got it,
Apologies,
no
1
problem.
second. Thank you. Did you, when you hopped in, did they make you a co-host?
I think we're good.
Hello? Can you hear? Good.
Thank you again.
Good.
Tausif, you're all set. Thank you.
No worries. I just introduced myself a moment ago, but it's Tausif again. I'm the Civic Engagement Coordinator for NYPIRG, and I'm based off of Bronx Community College. So before we get going, I just wanted to make a note on event security. So you've probably noticed that everyone is on mute. If you have any questions, you can add them to the chat box and we'll try our best to answer them in real time there. We've also disabled screen sharing for participants. So if there's a serious disruption that we can't address, we'll bring the event to a hard stop. So just in case if the meeting does end suddenly, we really do apologize, but we just want you to know that that's why the meeting would end suddenly. So now that we've addressed that, welcome again to our Student Empowerment Conference's second panel of the day, Election Day 2020, What It Means for New York. So this panel is made up of two parts, with one immediately following the other. In both cases, state lawmakers will field questions from college student reporters regarding the 2020 elections. In this first half of the panel, we're very lucky to be joined by New York State Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins. The Senate Majority Leader will take questions from reporters, from college media outlets regarding her views on the outcome of the 2020 elections and what lessons can be learned from our policy reforms for the upcoming 2021 state legislative session. Immediately following the Majority Leader, we're very excited to hear from New York State Senate Elections Committee Chairperson Zelnor Myrie. The journalist will further discuss what we've learned about the way elections are conducted in New York State with Senator Myrie. Following both of these great speakers, the audience will join breakout sessions to dive in even deeper into these post-important election issues. So joining me today on the panel are four reporters from both the CUNY and SUNY system. We have Sid Malvia, the editor-in-chief of the Night News out of Queens College, Richard Mendez, a reporter from the Athenian at Hunter College, Diana Gilday, the managing editor of SUNY Purchase's Purchase Phoenix, and Rachel Muller, the news copy editor for the New Paltz Oracle out of SUNY New Paltz. Thank you all for joining us. Now, to kick off the first half of this panel, I am very happy to introduce Senate Majority Leader Stewart-Cousins. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. It is wonderful to be here with all of you journalists, and I'm actually a former journalist as well. I wanted
I'm sorry, Senate Majority Leader. I have a bit more to go, and then I'll cue you up in a minute or two. Is that okay?
Oh, I thought you said go ahead. Sorry.
No, that was my fault. I still have a bit more introducing to do. My bad. Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins has been widely recognized as a trailblazer in local and state government and a champion for progressive action. In 2012, she became the first woman and African-American woman to lead a New York State legislative conference. In 2019, she shattered the glass ceiling when her peers elected her as temporary president and majority leader of the state Senate. Majority Leader Stewart-Cousins oversaw the passage of historic and transformative legislation on issues including voting reforms, gun safety, women's rights and healthcare, immigration and Dreamers, the LGBTQ community, the justice system, and sexual harassment in the workplace. Additionally, the Senate majority under her leadership passed the most comprehensive and aggressive climate change legislation in the nation and the strongest tenant protections and affordable housing package in state history. Andrea Stewart-Cousins was born and raised in New York to parents who encouraged a life grounded in education and service. She has focused on advocating for the underserved and championing the needs of working families. First elected to the state Senate in 2006, Senator Stewart-Cousins currently represents Greensburg, Scarsdale, and parts of White Plains, New Rochelle, and Yonkers. She previously served as Westchester County legislator and the first African-American to serve as Director of Community Affairs for the city of Yonkers. Thank you again for being here, and now go ahead and make your remarks.
Thank you so much, Tusif. And I really am grateful that NYPIRG has helped to arrange this. And as I was beginning to say, I just, used to be a journalist. And when I was your age, I remember knowing that I had a love for words and a love for telling a story, but I really didn't see anybody who looked like me. So I had an aspiration to be a journalist, but I thought that it would never really happen. And because it was so unlikely, if it didn't happen, I wouldn't feel that I was absolutely a failure. So it turned out that I did manage to study journalism and to be a print journalist for a few years. And so I just have a tremendous amount of respect for you all. And I'm happy that, I'm looking at this diverse group of journalists that I could see. And I am hoping that each and every one of you get to see a reflection of yourselves in every area that you decide to pursue. For me, even if there were journalists, there weren't anybody looking like me in this kind of position either. So look where we are, being the first woman and the first woman of color to serve as the leader of a conference in the state's 244-year history is something that I don't take for granted. But like the implications of this national election, where we see a woman of color, a first Black, first, Asian, first woman who actually gets to be the vice president, should be, again, the awakening for all of us to just pursue our dreams, to believe that you can get there from here, and know that there's just a lot more in ways of allies and interest groups like NYPIRG, and educational opportunities like the ones that are being afforded with CUNY and SUNY and other alliances, like elected officials, like myself. And guess what? Voting, things like voting can make a difference too. Your dreams don't have to be, smashed because the wrong person is in office. As we could see, you can change who's in office on every level by voting. And I know you're going to hear from my colleague, Senator Myrie, after I finish this conversation. It was my honor to welcome him as one of my freshmen in the first Democratic majority that we'd had in 10 years. And Senator Myrie is just an incredibly talented person. And as the Senate leader, I get to pick who chairs what. And it was clear that he had the passion and the expertise to be able to lead the elections committee, and just make sure that we had smooth landings in every possible way. And we did a lot this since we were in the majority. And I appreciate this if you're going through some of it. But the very first thing that we did were the election reforms. We had been here for so long without early voting. I mean, around the nation, there was early voting, but New York in the previous majority for all these years absolutely refused to do early voting. We knew that that was the first thing to do, because the reason why we're there, the reason why we have this majority, and again, as I said, it was incredibly diverse. We have the most diverse Senate majority in the history of the Senate, by the way. When we came out the gate with 39 members, 14 of them were women. There's 63 senators. So there were 20 in the chamber, which was an unprecedented number, 14 of them in my conference. And we welcomed our first Salvadoran, our first South Asian, our first Colombians, our first a Muslim, our first Taiwanese senator. I'm just trying to remember how many, first Iranian, she was actually a refugee. I mean, so much incredible diversity. And I just think it is so incredibly reflective of New York State. So, after we introduced ourselves as a very, very different Senate majority, I mean, I say when I got there in 2007, again, it was majority white, majority male. So now, to have this kind of, and we also have a South Asian, our first South Asian, Kevin Thomas, senator as well. But we were excited. And so we did the voting. And we're also on the path right now. We were able to do absentee voting, but we had to do some legislative tweaks because of our COVID situation, because our Constitution does not allow for us to do just no excuse mail-in ballots like they do in so many other parts of the country. So that has to be a constitutional amendment. So we passed the first part of it this year. now that we've been able to secure our majority, we will pass it, you know, at the beginning next year or so, and then it will go to the voters to decide whether or not, you know, they want to make no excuse absentee voting part of our Constitution, you know, our amendment. And hopefully we could see how valuable it is, or at least I think we see how valuable it is, despite the fact that it's being disparaged in so many parts of our country. I think here in New York, you know, with the COVID situation that we've had, it's very, very clear that the more options people have to exercise their franchise safely and securely are, you know, the more we should and can do to help. So I am excited for your questions. I know I have, you know, a limited amount of time, so I will shut up and I will let you ask what you want to ask.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Senator. So I'm just going to go ahead and set up for the journalists. You know, just to let everyone know, you know, the remainder of this panel, the reporters will pose questions to the majority leader and she'll respond. My role as facilitator is to just keep the questions in order and to move to the first part of the panel, to the second, and then to provide directions for the audience on how to attend the smaller breakout sessions immediately following our speakers. So on behalf of NYPIRG, let me once again thank Senate Majority Leader for taking the time to discuss the election and what it means for us across New York State. So getting right onto it, Sid from the Night News, you've won the coin toss and you will ask the first question.
Thank you so much. Hi, Majority Leader. My name is Sid Malvia. I'm a senior double majoring in bio and psych at Queens College, and I run the Night News, which is the student-run newspaper at our campus. So there were many predictions that Election Day was going to be a big one for Democrats in New York State, yet it appears the results are mixed. I mean, in my own district, which is New York's 3rd district, we're about to have the incumbent Democrat defeated. So what are your views on the outcomes of the elections across the state?
Well, for me, as I said, first of all, we have to begin where we began, which is we hadn't held a majority in 10 years. And the Senate Democrats have only been in the majority 3 times in the history. So that was our backdrop. In addition to which, no Senate majority had ever won a second consecutive term since 1936. So here we are. We had our first win, you know, as far as our majority is concerned 2 years ago. And now, as I sit here, I have 36 confirmed wins. So I will, you know, break that curse of not having 2 consecutive majorities, and we will have that. Now, anyone who knows me knows that I was looking for a super majority because you can do so much with more muscle. You know how that is. So, and the assembly has a supermajority, and so I wanted parity. So I've asked for 42 members. There are still 8 undecided races. So I have the potential of actually getting, if not the 44, close to it. So I don't see that for Democrats, it was, you know, a bad night. Yes, there are obviously, you know, some losses happen, but the reality is we picked up a seat in Buffalo, in Erie County, with Senator-elect Sean Ryan, picked up 2 in Rochester, and all those seats were Republican held by Senator-elect Jeremy Cooney, another South Asian, and Senator-elect Samra Brook, who's Ethiopian American. So you know, I'm happy. We keep counting, and I will say that the vast majority of the absentee ballots are breaking Democratic. So I think we have a good chance.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Rich, your question?
Hi, Majority Leader. My name is Rich Mendez. I'm a reporter for the Athenian at Hunter College.
Nice.
Majority Leader, even given the pandemic, it seems that students showed up to vote in very large numbers this election. With so much for students to worry about going forward, do you believe that their voices and their values will be prioritized by their newly elected and returning officials moving forward? How can policies that benefit students, like student loan forgiveness, free tuition, and healthcare for all, make it to the ballot? And would that increase student voter turnout?
Well, yeah, I think, first of all, thank you all for showing up. It's one of the reasons why we have been so focused on you all. I have been, and one of the things that Sif didn't say, and you couldn't say in the introductions, the first time I ran for Senate in 2004, I lost the race by 18 votes. And in February of the following year, I found out. So for me, the number 18 has been very important. And that is for a number of reasons, including the age that one is allowed to vote. So I have always focused on 18-year-olds because, and the younger, population, because when I was running against a 28-year incumbent, and the people who had been doing this forever discounted me as a real candidate. But it was the people who were young and idealistic that understood that this race could be won. So I, for one, have never discounted your power and your importance. And that's why I show up in places like this every chance I get, in elementary schools. And so I have a youth advisory committee that has people, young people from my district on, and I have been to countless rallies, whether it was gun or climate or in the aftermath, Black Lives Matter and so on and so forth, led by you all. So, I think that any politician who is not clear of the power you have is just not woke at all. But for my conference, we hear you. And that's why, again, we have part of what we passed was a pre-registration of 16 and 17 years old, because we don't want you to even have to think about it. We want you to be ready to go at 18. So you have the policies that you're talking about have a national flavor, whether it's tuition, a loan forgiveness. And so that takes federal partners. And I am happy, at least, that we have partners that are willing to talk about the issues that we know. Or so, we had a previous group that wouldn't talk about climate change. They denied science. We don't have that anymore. And again, we were able to, once we took over the majority, to push the most aggressive climate change. So we may not absolutely agree on everything. And the thing that I would ask for you all is to understand that we can't change every bad thing that's happened in the world like in 2 days or 2 years or whatever. But with your help, we can make a big difference and improve a lot for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Diana.
Hi, Senate Majority Leader. My name is Diana Gilday. I am the managing editor of the Purchase Phoenix. My question for you is, the state is facing an enormous budget deficit, largely due to the impacts of the coronavirus pandemic, and as a result of that, the small businesses and results are failing or hurting. What types of new revenues or program cuts are under consideration in New York State, and do you expect any support from Washington?
Well, Diana, we keep hoping and praying that there's support from Washington coming. I believe there will be now with President-elect Biden. It was very clear that President Trump really was not planning to support New York State. In fact, the last tax package that he did targeted New York in ways that really disallowed for some of the deductions that New Yorkers had been used to having. So in other words, after his tax package, New Yorkers could only deduct $10,000 and no more. And the extra money that went into the federal coffers was redistributed, frankly, to states that like Utah, Kentucky, and so on. So it was very clear that we were not going to get any help. So I have always said that everything is on the table in terms of revenue, but and I know many people have talked about taxing the multimillionaires and excuse me, billionaires, and so it's all on the table because unlike the federal government, we're not able to have an unbalanced budget. We have to balance our budget, and we must have the revenues in order to offset the expenses. Otherwise, we have to either raise revenues, make cuts, etc. So my hope is that with President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris, that at least we don't have adversaries. We do have allies who understand the important role that state government plays, and that there will be some bailout because the federal government does not have to balance and they print money.
Thank you. So we have time for one more question since we need Zelnor Myrie to come in at 2:30, just to remind folks.
Okay.
So go ahead, Rachel, your question.
Hi, my name is Rachel Muller, and I'm the news copy editor for the New Paltz Oracle out of SUNY New Paltz. Majority Leader, college students often have a difficult time voting. In some cases, local election officials make it difficult for students who often lack cars of their own to make the trip to polling places. This was especially true with early voting locations in New Paltz, for example. What recommendations do you have on how elections could be better run that would help young adults to vote?
Yes, well, I mean, I think that this is probably a perfect segue into Senator Myrie, because one of the things that we always do is have hearings after we, do things. So when we did the early voting, we had hearings all over the state just to see how that worked out. And now after this election, we will have more hearings to see, how we can improve it, because that's what we do. We're not a one and done conference. We're always looking to see how we can make it better. So I know that one of my colleagues, Senator Parker, has a bill that says that we could have, hi, Zellner, hi, Senator, that we should be looking at putting polling places on campuses with 300 students or more. And I think that sounds good to me. But, we will start having hearings. But again, the early voting was, the first step, the pre-registering, the vote by mail, and, curing ballots. We have a laundry list of things that we hope will make it easier for every single eligible voter. And before I go, I just want to thank each and every one of you, because you inspire me. That's why, I come on so that I can get inspired. And I am so happy that there are so many journalists who are being educated on our campuses, tell the truth and be, ethical, but certainly, informed, because, that's what people seem to have forgotten about journalism, that truth matters and information and education matters. And I thank you all. And for NYPIRG, thank you for being such great partners. A lot of the things that we figure out with resources, and NYPIRG has always been one of those. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming over and chatting with us, Senator. It's been really great. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move on.
I've already said great things. He wasn't here, but I already said great things about Senator Myrie. So I didn't repeat them because you're here, but I know they'll be really happy to talk to you. So thank you.
Madam Leader, I did hear, I was on, just my video was off. So just thank you so much before you leave. It's so good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Bye. Bye, everybody.
So we're going to go ahead and move right on to the next part of today's panel. So we've just discussed the impacts on public policy that could result from the 2020 elections. In this part of the panel, we're going to examine what lessons can be learned about how New York State can better administer elections. We are very lucky to have New York State Senate Elections Committee Chairperson Zelnor Myrie with us today. Welcome again, Senator Myrie. So Senator Zelnor Myrie is a Brooklyn native and affordable housing advocate serving the 20th Senate District. During his first legislative session, Senator Myrie served in leadership roles on several major legislative victories. Having grown up in a rent-stabilized apartment at the epicenter of the affordable housing crisis, Senator Myrie was honored to co-lead the Senate's Housing Reform Working Group, which produced New York's strongest affordable housing and tenant protection laws in generations. During the legislature's budget negotiations, Myrie also served on the Senate's Criminal Justice Reform Working Group, resulting in sweeping reforms to cash bail, discovery, and trial laws. As chair of the Elections Committee, Senator Myrie led hearings on public financing of elections and automatic voter registration, and presided over historic election reforms, including early voting, closing the LLC loophole, and many other crucial reforms to protect and expand our democracy. Senator Myrie derives inspiration for his public service from his mother, who moved to Brooklyn 40 years ago from Costa Rica on the promise of a mattress in a friend's apartment and a job at a factory. Myrie is a graduate of Brooklyn Technical High School and earned his BA in Communications and MA in Urban Studies from Fordham University. He later earned his JD from Cornell Law School. Senator Myrie has graciously agreed to answer questions from our panel of reporters from SUNY New Paltz, SUNY Purchase, Queens College, and Hunter College. So for the next 20 minutes, the reporters will pose questions to the senator and he will respond. I'm here once again to keep the questions organized and then to close the last part of our panel. Don't forget, immediately following our time with Senator Myrie, we have smaller breakout sessions prepared where students from across the state will come together to discuss the senator and majority leader's comments, your perspectives and opinions. And again, on behalf of NYPIRG, thanks so much, Senator, for joining us today and for discussing the issues of how elections are conducted here in New York. Now, to begin the questions. So, go ahead, Sid, start us off with the first question.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Senator Myrie, for your continued service and all your efforts to protect our democracy. They're appreciated, especially in tumultuous times such as these. So my question is, as Election Day drew closer, some students didn't feel well informed about what was on the ballot and who were the candidates and what were their policies. We all went in with the common goal of overturning the current administration and doing our part in our civic duty. But how do you suggest students become more engaged with their local candidates? And conversely, do candidates across the state do enough to engage young adult voters?
Yeah, so firstly, thank you to NYPIRG for inviting me. I want to thank the majority leader for her leadership. As she mentioned, all of the good stuff that we got done on elections was a result of her making it a priority. And it's something that this state has not prioritized. We made over 60 changes to the election law in the past 2 years, which is unprecedented in this state's history. And it's only because she has made this a priority. So I want to thank her for all that she does. And I thank all the students. I also heard her mention that she was a student journalist. I was too, an undergrad. I covered the basketball team. I thought I was going to be a sports writer. I wanted to be on ESPN, and obviously went in a different direction. But I was a communications major with a journalism concentration. So it's really good to be with all of you here today. Now to your question, I think it's a two-way street. One, the one way is we elected officials don't do enough to speak to the issues that young people care about. And so it is hard to engage something if you don't see the tangible results of it. So it's been an issue that I've tried to work on personally. One of the big issues for young folks over the past couple of months was online voter registration, making it as easy as possible for you to engage. We were able to pass that in the Senate. We're not successful in the Assembly. I'm hoping that we can move that forward next legislative session. But the other street, of course, is the young people being proactive about it. It's actually not difficult to find who your local representatives are and what they do. It just takes some time. And it's not as, I think, joyous as scrolling or doom scrolling Twitter or being on IG, but it does require some effort. And I think we should be making it as easy as possible, but it does require sort of a two-way communication. So if you guys have ideas about how we can engage young folks more, the activism we saw around reforms to our criminal legal system, police accountability, I think for the first time spotlighted how important it is for elected officials locally to be engaged on these issues. Find your issue, whatever that is. It may be climate change, it may be police accountability, it may be something completely different. It may be housing, it may be elections. And I guarantee you that there is a local official that has a role to play on that issue. So, I'd put that out there and encourage everyone to dive right in.
Thank you so much. And Tusa, am I allowed a quick follow-up question or is there no time?
Make it short.
Sure. Senator Myrie, do you think a lack of civic education has to do with it? Because 1 in 5 Americans don't know what the 3 branches of government are?
100%. I mean, we have a current president who is not familiar with the roles of the three branches of government. And he's been able to make it throughout his entire life all the way to the presidency, which I think is an indictment on our own educational system. I'm a big proponent of us making civics a part of our educational curriculum. It should be mandatory. I wasn't really good at math, but I haven't used calculus since high school. But I wish I would have learned how to balance a checkbook. I wish I would have learned who my representatives were, how I could pull the levers of government to help me out. And I think that that is something that we should be instituting on all levels, and something that I'll be pushing for.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Next question goes to Rich.
Hi, Senator Myrie. Thanks for joining us today. Senator, there is a lot of discussion about a peaceful transition of power at the federal level tied in with misinformation on election results. At a local level, how can we trust our elections, and how might this 2020 election season impact New York State elections in the future?
It's a great question, Rich. So what's so harmful about what the president has done, and it's not just the president, because he's had an entire Republican Party apparatus that has acquiesced to this. What's so dangerous about their languages around the elections is that it does cause people to question the legitimacy of the process. The truth is that election fraud is immaterial. It is so minuscule that it doesn't really happen. And many studies have proven this. Here in New York, in order for us to count the ballots and make sure that they're valid, we have both a Republican and a Democrat sitting at the table. They are allowed to object to anything within the confines of the election law. And we have a court system that is also a backstop to any sort of shenanigans that may happen. And so by way of the process being legitimate, we have no worries about that. Now, can we do it better? Absolutely. You know, does it really make sense that New York just started counting absentee ballots this week? Probably not, right? We can do better. Does it make sense that we have hours to wait online to vote? Probably not. We can do better. But those are fixes to the system that don't go to the foundation. The foundation of legitimacy is strong, and especially here in New York. And so we got to make sure that we're sending that message out.
Thank you so much. Diana, you're up next.
Hi, once again, thank you for joining us, Senator Myrie. You actually led me right into my question, which is, there has seemed to be an increase in voter turnout during the election last week, and many New Yorkers across the state had to spend significantly more time waiting in line to vote. Was that an unavoidable outcome? If not, what do you think the reason is for that situation, and how should New York State remedy that?
So great question, and I think it's a double-edged sword. We passed early voting in January of 2019. As you heard from the leader, she said, this is the first bill that we're going to pass. It was a bill that I sponsored. She said, Z, you're up, first day on the job, time to debate with the Republicans, and let's see if we could get this through. We got it done. And in the first execution of early voting in 2019, 250,000 people across the state used it. This past general election, 2.5 million people voted early. And so what we saw was great enthusiasm when we make voting easy and accessible. That's the good. The bad is exactly what you just said, Diana, that because there was such great enthusiasm, we had really long lines in many places. So I think one of the solutions there is, let's get more early voting sites. We can do more. We can spread the stresses of the system. I walked around during election day and went to the different poll sites that are usually jam-packed, and they were empty. It was surreal to see it, but that was only because early voting had relieved some of that stress. And I think we can apply that even to the early voting period. Let's get more sites and let's loosen up the lines. We made some strides to make this process more smooth. I don't know, some of you may be too young to remember this, but we used to have the big poll books that the poll workers had to page through to find your name, and it would take forever. Now we have iPads, electronic poll books, so that the actual voting process, once you're inside, is pretty quick. But to get there, particularly during a social distance period, is too much. And so I'm hoping that we can have a hearing, like the leader said, look at some places where we can alleviate the stresses and hopefully have some shorter lines.
Rachel, your question.
Thank you. Senator, some people experience issues with their absentee ballots arriving late. Is that just simply due to the increased use of absentee ballots across the state? And if so, could this have been prevented? Can New York State develop a better system for absentee ballots? And if so, how?
Well, Rachel, I think the short answer to your question is absolutely. We can do better. My motto has been, as the chair of elections, is really I want to take New York's democracy from worst to first, right? That's a hashtag, don't bite it. And so the concept of worst to first is that, yeah, we're progressive here in New York, but our election system is oftentimes left in the previous century. And how we do absentee ballots is one example. You heard the leader mention our Constitution does not allow for you to request an absentee ballot without having a valid excuse. Many other jurisdictions don't have that. They have what is called no excuse absentee balloting. Now, we loosen that restriction for purposes of COVID-19, but that's a constitutional amendment that we're going to have to pass at the top of next session. I think we're going to get that done. We also see the counting process is delayed longer than what we have in some other states. And so if you were glued to the television like I was last week, you saw the live absentee counts, and many of us were sitting here wondering, well, when is New York going to start? And we didn't start until this week. Now, it's not a straightforward solution. There are other portions of the election law that make it such that that is required, primarily being that if you vote in person, that will trump your absentee ballot. And so you have boards of elections that have to compare the in-person and the absentee. I think we got to look at that. And we got to say, well, maybe there's a way for us to count this quicker. We should be able to track our absentee ballots in an easy way. Some local boards of elections did that, and they did it to medium to high success. I think that's something we should have statewide. And so when you request your absentee ballot, you should be able to do it online. We passed a bill to do that. That was my bill. But then now you got to be able to track it and see where it is in the process. And then we also have to work hand in hand with the United States Postal Service. As you saw what happened earlier, there were delays, particularly in Brooklyn. There were 37,000 absentee ballots that were thrown out simply because they arrived late. No fault of the voter. This was all on the Postal Service. We have to work, I think, in tandem with them to ensure that our democracy is protected. So the good thing is this election and really this pandemic has spotlighted some of the loopholes in our democracy. We now have the opportunity to fix those things and change those things. And I look forward to leading that effort.
Thank you. Sid, your question.
Thank you. So, Senator Myrie, you already know who I am, but how do you see the results of the election as they unfolded, which is something I asked the majority leader. So, in some cases that are still unfolding, that we see a lot of switches from blue to red. Does that make you feel nervous? Does that make you feel a little bit more empowered that you'll have stronger debates? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the leader captured it well. There were a lot of hot takes on election day, right? And there were a lot of folks that said, well, this was a red wave here in New York. The Republicans have come back. The Democrats have faltered. But I really think the reports of our demise were greatly exaggerated because there's so many absentee ballots to be counted and because they skew Democrat. We've already seen in some instances where there were reports that the Republican had prevailed, that it was in fact the Democrat that prevailed. And I suspect that that is going to continue to happen. What I'm excited about is having more representation from upstate. I think potentially, we're going to have three to four additional Hudson Valley, Buffalo seats. And I think that that's important for the diversity of our conference. There are differences in priorities geographically, as all of you know. And I'm looking forward to serving with Democrats in formerly Republican-held seats that can say, actually, this is important for Rochester. And it may not be the significant issue in Brooklyn, but for the folks here in Rochester, it's important. And so I think we're going to have a more diverse conference. I think there is a real possibility that we can hit the supermajority, but even if we don't, I don't think that we're going to be losing any ground. Now, are there implications on our policy? I think yes. I think I think we can't ignore that, but I don't think it's what most people say. The Democrats that flipped the Republican seats, they did so on the record that we built. They did so after seeing what was done in this Democratic majority and under the leadership of Andre Stewart Cousins, saw the advances that can be made when you have a conference that is really about being progressive for New Yorkers. They were able to flip Republican seats on that record, and I think we need to continue on that path so that once we redraw the lines, we can expand our majority.
Thank you.
The next question goes to Rich.
Senator, the threshold for third parties to remain on the ballot was drastically increased this year in New York State. Third parties had to receive 130,000 votes, or 2% of the votes cast in this election, to remain on the ballot. Before this, they only needed 50,000. What does this do, if anything, to democracy in New York?
Really good question, and not a simple answer. But I will say that I was endorsed by the Working Families Party. I ran on the Working Families Party line and the Democratic Party line. The in-person and early person votes just in my district, I got 13,000 votes on the Working Family Party line, which is to say that there are many New Yorkers that want to express their preference, really not Democrat v. Republican, but really what type of Democrat you should be or what type of Republican you should be. And I think the fact that the Working Families Party and the Conservative Party survived that threshold is an indication to all of us that there's going to be this sort of spectrum of New York voter and not just a Democrat or a Republican. There were some other third parties that, quite frankly, did not serve the purpose of being a party. They really were, I think, funnels for, in some instances, straight up corruption, or other instances, vehicles to spend on whatever a particular issue they cared about. And so while I can't say that I agree necessarily with the confines of the threshold, and there's a conversation to be had another day on why they were instituted. I think that the fact that the parties that did survive showed their strength is important to give New Yorkers a choice.
Awesome. The next question goes to Diana.
Senator, New York City is preparing to roll out ranked choice voting for some elected positions such as mayor and city council in 2021. However, the rest of the state has not implemented a similar change. Why did New York City voters choose ranked choice voting? And is this ranked choice voting change coming to other parts of the state?
Yeah, so ranked choice voting is, I think, a good policy. I think it saves money. I think it changes the tenor of our campaigns. People don't tear each other down as much. They give people an option. We eliminate the cost of having to hold runoff elections. But I do think that there is a lot of education that is necessary around this topic. New York City voters have never utilized it, but I think they chose it for the reasons that I mentioned. And now it's incumbent upon the local board of elections to make sure that every voter knows how it's utilized. I don't think we can speak to whether it is going to spread around the state until we see the result in New York City. I think if we see that it has worked well, that it has given candidates of color and candidates from disenfranchised communities greater opportunities to represent their communities, if it has gone off, without a hitch as far as how it's executed and administered, then I think that's a conversation that we can have. But I don't think we can say either way until we see how it plays out in the city.
We're actually at our final question. So Rachel, take it away.
Senator, I'd like to ask you the question that I asked the majority leader. So college students often lack cars of their own. They have a hard time voting, especially during early voting. What recommendations do you have on how elections could be better run that would help young adults to vote?
Yes, so, I heard the leader's response. Senator Parker has a really good bill, so we should be putting poll sites on campuses and allowing students to use those poll sites. But I want to step back and talk about a larger issue, and that's gerrymandering. There has been a very serious effort. We talk about gerrymandering and people think about the South. People say it couldn't happen here in New York. But if you just look at my district, it's ridiculous. It looks like a steam shovel. No sane person would draw the district that way. But what that was a result of was Republicans being in control of the state Senate and knowing that Democrats outnumbered Republicans, and the only way that they could maintain the majority was gerrymandering the districts. The implications that has for students is the lines have been drawn in such a way to split up campuses and to make it harder for students to participate. Now, if you believe that having greater student participation harms your party, then perhaps you should examine the policies of your party and why it is that young people don't gravitate in that way. What you should not do is make it harder for them to participate in their democracy. And so while there are pieces of legislation that I think will be useful for our students on the technical level and allowing them to vote, please pay attention to the redistricting process, which starts next year, and which will allow for students to have a voice in the process. I think that you should look up all of the hearings that will be happening, make sure that you attend, make sure that you give a voice to it, and say that we should not be disenfranchised simply because we're young or simply because we're on a campus.
Awesome. So it was just, we thought it might be good because the last question referenced ranked choice voting, to just kind of quickly explain what that is. So ranked choice voting is the new system of voting that will be effective in New York City municipal election primaries moving forward. There's actually going to be a special election where Councilmember Rory Lanceman stepped down. And so that's going to be the first instance of ranked choice voting that's going to be enabled in New York City. But really quickly, ranked choice voting is, right now you go to vote and you vote for one candidate, one person. Ranked choice voting allows you to rank your candidates if you so choose. So it's like when someone asks you, there's like 3 types of food, what order do you like them? It's really like that. I use the food analogy because I've heard that it's worked in the past, and I think it's pretty simple. But the effect is that, there's a lot of research that minority communities are usually much more politically enabled with ranked choice voting, and generally, people don't feel forced into this very like binary winner take all psychology. They feel like a ranked choice voting ballot allows them to express their political desires much more completely on the form. So we expect that it's gonna, really get people excited and charge voter turnout. NYPIRG was a big part of, the advocacy for it, so we're pretty proud of it. But I want to throw it back to you, Senator. We've actually finished a little early. There's like, choir music swelling up in my head for that. Yeah, if you want to take a couple of moments and just, make some closing remarks to the students while you're here, we would really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, again, let me just thank you so much for allowing me to be with you all. I get all my energy from the young folks, and I like to consider myself young. I know I'm not as young as y'all, but I'm relatively young in this profession, and I'm just so grateful for all of the work that you have done really this past year. Being in this pandemic, it's okay for you to not be okay. I want to make every place that I go, I want to say that because we try to carry on and do work and do this type of advocacy work as if this pandemic isn't happening. And it really has affected all of us in ways that you don't even know and you can't even tell right now. And so to everyone that is listening and to everyone that will see this, I want you to know that it is okay for you to not be okay. Please take care of your mental health. Please take some time for self-care. Please seek out those avenues that can help you because we're all going through this and it's all a really tough time. We've had to deal with a pandemic both in the world, but also politically. And now that hopefully that is gone, that's relief, but it's not the end. There is a lot more work to do. So you have to take care of yourself because we need you in this fight. It's going to be the students that hold the Biden-Harris administration accountable. It's going to be the students that hold people like myself accountable. We have a lot of budget shortfalls that are coming up. Those are going to be tough choices that have to be made. And a lot of times the cuts happen disproportionately to communities like the ones that I represent, and they happen to young people. And that's because we don't, there are a lot of reasons, but part of that is because people don't understand the political force that we are. And so I would encourage all of you, this is part of NYPIRG's mission, of course, to teach you how to be organizers and really put you out on the advocacy front. Please, please, please take some time to take care of yourself, but then re-engage. Part of the reason, you know, I am a politician. I hate that word, but you know, I am a politician. And people like to loop us in and say, well, all politicians are the same. You get elected and then we never hear from you, which is sometimes true, but it also happens with the voters, right? You elect us and then you don't hold us accountable. And then you don't call us. You don't say, this is what we want. This is what we need. This is what we demand. And so people go off and they do their own thing. And so I would encourage everyone, take some time, self-care, breathe, drink water, do whatever it is that helps you relax, right? I'm still trying to get my quarantine weight off. Do whatever you got to do, but then please re-engage because we need you for this fight. Now we're no longer playing defense on the federal level from the White House. Now we can go on offense. Now we can work really hard on climate change. Now we can work really hard on reforms to our criminal legal system. Now we can work really hard on ending gun violence in this country. Now we can work really hard to expand our democracy. So again, thank you so much for allowing me to be with you. If anybody wants to hit me up, please put my information in the chat. I'm not hard to find. Tag me on Twitter, IG, wherever. Email my office, whatever it is that you need. I'd love to be supportive and just thank NYPIRG and all of the student journalists who asked really excellent questions. Keep at it, and thank you for the work that you do.
Awesome. Thank you so much for those remarks. It's always a pleasure to have you, Senator. You know, we can't see, you know, below the waist on these videos, but I'm guessing you have some really fly shoes on. The senator is known for his really great shoe collection. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move into the breakout panels. If anyone wants to chime in on this, go ahead, but
yes, thanks so much, Taz, and thank you so much, Senator Myrie. We did have a small change to the program. I just put the new links for the breakout sessions in the chat. Please make sure to use those links, not the ones in the agenda that were sent out yesterday or earlier today. I will post them in the chat one more time. And so please please make sure to head to those breakouts right now, and we'll be back for our third panel of the day at 4 o'clock. Thank you again. Huge thank you to all of our student journalists, to both Senator Myrie and the Majority Leader, and all of you for being here right now.
Thanks, Kevin, for hosting all of us. We appreciate it.
No, thank you guys, seriously. It was absolutely incredible. And just so everyone knows, we still are live on YouTube.
Hello.
Hello, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy. Thanks for joining us. We're going to start in about 10-15 minutes. I'll make you a co-host right now to make sure that you're prominent during the discussion. And if you have any questions, please make sure to send me them through the chat private messenger, if you're familiar with Zoom. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our third discussion. We'll be starting in a few minutes. As everyone enters, please just make sure that you are muted.
Welcome back, everyone. All right, welcome. This is the final and third panel for today for NYPIRG's fall conference. Thank you all for sticking around. This panel is going to focus on the impacts that COVID-19 has had on New York's healthcare system and what lessons policymakers and the public should have learned from this crisis. So my name is Nadine Pratt. I'm a project coordinator at Queens College. And as you guys already know, everyone's muted. The screen sharing is disabled. And so if there's anything that you want to say, any questions that you have, you can throw it into the chat. And if there's a serious disruption, we'll end the event, just so you guys know. I don't expect that to happen. So right now, joining me on the panel is Assembly Member Richard Godfrey. He's one of 3 individuals with extensive experience in the healthcare field today. So Richard Godfrey represents the 75th Assembly District in Manhattan as a leading state health policy maker, not only in New York, but also nationally. He wrote the bill in the New York State Legislature to create a universal, publicly funded, single-payer health plan like Medicare, but for everyone. And this was the first one introduced in the country in 1992. So some of his other legislative work includes the passage of the Prenatal Care Assistance Program for low-income women, the Child Health Plus program, and Family Health Plus, which provide free health coverage for low-income children and adults, as well as the HIV testing and confidentiality law. He's also received the New York League of Conservation Voters Lifetime Environmental Champion Award in 2018 and has been honored by family planning advocates as well. And he's a fellow of the New York Academy of Medicine and a member of the American Public Health Association, the New York Civil Liberties Union, and the Association of the Bar of the City of New York, the Art Students League, and the China Institute.
So he's got a lot of experience under his belt. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Nancy Higgins, an RN. She's on the board of directors of the New York State Nurses Association and serves as treasurer. She is a rank and file nurse at the Maimonides Hospital in Brooklyn. She's worked in surgical intensive care for over 20 years, and through her role at the New York State Nurses Association, Higgins has been a leading advocate in fighting against health disparities, racism, and advocating for expanding access to quality care for all New Yorkers. And last but not least, we have Dr. Jason Matusak. He's president of the New York State Academy of Family Physicians, and he specializes in comprehensive non-surgical care of all sports medicine conditions or injuries. He's certified in musculoskeletal ultrasound scanning. He directs the Sports Concussion Center at Excelsior, and he's heavily involved in research, education, and sports advocacy at local, state, and national levels. So thank you all for being here today. I'm excited to hear from you guys and your perspectives on the COVID-19 pandemic and what it means for New York healthcare. So each of the panelists will respond to questions that we've developed, and I will try to integrate questions from the chat. Afterwards, as usual, we will have our small breakout virtual room session for smaller group discussions on the impacts that the pandemic has had. So again, thank you all for your participation. I'll start off with the first overarching question, starting with Assemblymember Gottfried, then Nancy Higgins from the New York Nurses Association, and then Dr. Matusak. So given your role as a policymaker or practitioner, what would you say is the single most glaring lesson that you think New Yorkers should take away from our experience dealing with the pandemic? Assemblymember Godfrey, that's for you.
I think it teaches us that even long before the virus evolved, New York suffered from years of austerity budgets in publicly funded healthcare, Medicaid, years of austerity budgets, maldistribution of the money that we spend to support hospitals, to provide what is called indigent care, serious disparities in our healthcare system as a result. A lot of community hospitals that should have been there to take care of people during the pandemic were either closed or were deprived of a lot of their resources by major academic medical centers that had taken them over and sucked a lot of the resources out of them. So we have a healthcare system that really does not treat people of limited means very well. And that's not only people who are, designated as being poor. A lot of middle-class people in our society can't afford a significant medical bill, even though almost all of us have some form of health coverage. It's health coverage with deductibles that can make healthcare unattainable, and restricted provider networks so that the doctor or hospital that your doctor thinks you ought to go to is not covered by your health plan. There's a host of problems that so many of us face in trying to access healthcare, and problems that healthcare providers have in trying to provide that healthcare that we need to deal with. And those problems were all there before the virus. The virus has made all of those problems much worse.
Nancy?
Hi, good afternoon all. Okay, a quick answer to your question. As nurses, we would like to sit at the table. What do we mean by that? Government at all levels and hospital management must draw upon the experience of our practitioners like ourselves who battle the virus on the front line. Neither nurses showed extraordinary commitment regarding the work every day, knowing that they were exposed to the coronavirus. Our inexperience with the understaffing and inadequate PPE must be heard and addressed. So for us, transparency needs to be the rule. We need to have a seat on the table and relay a message at the local and the federal level, how we were so affected working in the condition that we work back in the spring, going to work, not having enough staff, not having enough PPE, yet we had to be there every day in order to care for the New Yorkers that rely on our expertise.
Dr. Matusak?
Thanks. You can actually just use Jason. Thanks. I appreciate that, though. I don't know. I think everything has been absolutely perfect through the pandemic. We haven't seen any problems whatsoever. No. I think that both the other panelists have really demonstrated, both from a policy standpoint and from a practicality standpoint, a lot of the major concerns that we have. The one that we found to be the most glaring issue that really popped to the surface is, really how inadequate an employer provided health insurance system really is for the average person in our state, where once all of a sudden you have some disruption to that employer funded system, then the whole system comes crashing down. You don't have employees paying premiums. You don't have businesses who are able to pay the premiums because their receipts are down. You have people who have lost their healthcare insurance. And certainly the government had to step up in a big way to be able to cover some of these bills for people. But at the same time, our system was not nimble enough to be able to take advantage of situations that we had there. So we had a number of insurance companies who for several months didn't really have to pay out a lot of dollars for elective procedures, but yet we didn't have the nimbleness to take those dollars from elective surgeries that were not being done and being able to shift them quite readily into care for the pandemic, where if you could have done that, in a different system that wasn't this current system of the multi-payer employer primarily funded thing. So that was, from our standpoint, the one area that we really saw the system fail at its most basic level.
Thank you. I guess on that note, we did see the pandemic affect lower income neighborhoods, communities with people of color, a lot of neighborhoods that were home to many of our essential workers. So how would you say, what have you observed regarding how best to address these disparities in a pandemic like this, where so many marginalized people are affected differently?
Well, if you like, I'll start. To me, the answer to this batch of issues, as it is the answer to almost every issue in healthcare, is the question of universal health coverage. Almost every problem we face in health and healthcare is made worse and harder to solve because of the way we pay for healthcare. And that's why I've been, for many years, sponsoring the New York Health Act, which would create a single payer health plan for all of New York, so that every one of 20 million New Yorkers would be fully covered, rich and poor alike, with complete health coverage, no restricted provider networks, no deductibles and copays. It would all be funded through broad-based, progressively graduated taxes, in other words, based on ability to pay. And a large part of what makes it affordable is that we today in New York burn every year about $55 billion in money that goes to pay for insurance company bureaucracy, far above the bureaucratic costs of a program like Medicare. Bureaucracy, administration, marketing, and certainly insurance company profit. And because dealing with dozens and dozens of insurance companies is such a nightmare, healthcare providers in New York spend about twice what their counterparts in Canada spend on administrative costs. And finally, because no one payer in our system has enough bargaining clout to bargain effectively with drug companies, we spend wildly more on prescription drugs than anyone else on the planet. Roll all that together, and there is $55 billion in savings that would contribute to the cost of the New York Health Act, and contribute to the fact that 95% of New Yorkers would be spending less under the New York Health Act than they are today. And as I said, almost every problem, whether it's with COVID-19 or anything else, would be vastly better if we all had that kind of health coverage. There are other things. We have legislation to try to deal with fairness in medical debt, and providing more community input in health planning decisions about whether to approve the closing of a hospital or the merger of hospitals. So there's an agenda of legislation that would go a long way to giving us a real progressive healthcare system.
Thank you. Nancy, we'd like to hear from you.
Sure. Okay. Well, the way I see the New York healthcare resource, it's distributed on a two-tier basis. You have the low-income family and the community of color. Okay. These people had insufficient healthcare resources before the pandemic. So they were doubly hit when the pandemic arrived. You take a public hospital and a private safety net hospital. A safety net hospital is defined as a majority of the patients that are in the hospital are receiving Medicaid or uninsured. These people had few resources and were overwhelmed by the virus because they never had quality care to begin with. We also look at the nutritional value. When you live in a certain neighborhood, we don't have enough resources, enough market with fruits, with organic food. All we have are fast food around a neighborhood. And then if you have $40, you have a copay, or you have to go to the supermarket. You would go to the supermarket in order to feed your family. And recently, when I spoke with a nurse at Lincoln Hospital, which is a public hospital in the Bronx, she said during the COVID-19, she was assigned in the ICU. She had 8 patients. Professionally, the protocol for 8 patients, it should be 1 patient to 2 patients per RN. And the nurse had a maximum of 8 patients during COVID. But her norm, not when we don't have COVID, is 4 patients per RN in an ICU. So we see this disparity of care right there. We're not able, if you're a person of color with a low income, to go to your private doctor, to have insurance. And if you do have a copayment, you think about having food in your table. And yet, when you're in a hospital, like a safety net hospital or public hospital, the staffing is so poor, these people are not being properly taken care of. Not because as nurses we don't want to, we just don't have enough resources. So when you look at an extreme place, so they are vulnerable. In contrast to a rich hospital in Manhattan, the hospital could charter a jet to go pick up millions of dollars worth of PPE in China. They could travel. They could bring in travelers in order to help the nurses. So that disparity, it's real. And I agree with you that we need to have a better system in order to care for New Yorkers. Right now, the system that we have, it doesn't work. It only works for a small majority of people, the rich person that could afford the care. What about the regular person, the essential workers that are going to work every day, that are being exposed? And this is what we learn. If we learn anything during the pandemic, that the two-tier system really became apparent and more obvious. As nurses, we're not surprised, but it was devastating and more shocking to us, where the Black and the brown community was so affected. And they were the one dying at the rate twice as much as a non-brown and non-Black person. So we need to fix this.
Thank you, Nancy. Jason?
Again, you guys have done a great job of knocking this out of the park. This is a double whammy. I mean, these communities that were so hard hit are already the medically underserved communities, the areas in which people already have problems with access to care, already disproportionately have many of the medical diagnoses and more poorly treated medical diagnoses that were particularly susceptible to running into trouble with this pandemic. Added to that, the people that are working in these areas, these essential workers, not only have more need to have to work and in worse conditions, but generally speaking, because there is a financial incentive to continue to work through the pandemic in these poorer communities, there's been a drive to work more hours, to work overtime, to work extra pay, to work under hazard pay, under more hazardous conditions. So it's been a multiplier effect that has hit these communities in the areas that are most vulnerable to the people that have the most risk associated with them. And I know that we've tried to do things to help to remove some of these barriers to care by making sure that people don't have these big co-pays associated with COVID care. Yet we don't know that everything is going to be followed up afterwards. So some of these individuals might have an initial treatment and a diagnosis that was paid for under the CARES Act or something else, and remove that barrier, but nobody knows what's going to happen to this person after they've been discharged, when they're still having symptoms 3, 4, 6, 12 months later, or other problems down the road. So, this is a problem that's been affecting these communities, and this pandemic has really, really accentuated the detriment that these communities have really suffered because of the lack of equitable distribution of medical care and medical dollars. Actually, if I could, I think this is actually a really important point. So if I could, I'm just going to go off just slightly on this, and that the next phase of this, where we're really starting to look at vaccination stuff. I mean, like, this is where we really need to make sure that we have equitable ways to make sure that these communities that have been particularly hard hit have equitable access to vaccination through public purchase programs, and making sure that there's ready access to focus on the populations that are the most at risk. That's been one of our big pushes, to equitable distributed vaccination, especially if we look at some of the ways some of the other things are distributed. There's been a push recently. I think there was a bill brought forth to try and mandate flu vaccine, and if you couldn't get the flu vaccine, then kids couldn't go to school, or would be excluded from school. And if we're going to have policies like that with the COVID vaccine, when that eventually comes out, we just really need to make sure that these populations that have been so disadvantaged through this whole process are advantaged, are brought to a position where they have the ability to have better care provided.
So Nancy, I'd like to hear from you first. While we do want to get to a point where every single New Yorker has coverage, a majority of New Yorkers are already covered by some form of healthcare. So did you see any examples of failures of coverage for those who needed care specifically for COVID-19 illnesses? And then after that, I'd love to hear from Jason, and then Richard.
what I saw, the failure of coverage was totally linked to the overwhelming numbers of patients needing acute care. That is the admission to the hospital and the protection for those patients and the nurses and other healthcare workers from the virus. Additional beds were provided, but not nurses, especially those with critical care experience. Overseeing patients on a ventilator require knowledge and experience. So in short, the failure were a direct result of insufficient hospital staffing or skilled healthcare personnel. Because when we were at the top of the pandemic, we were not ready for the amount of patients, the overwhelm. I mean, I started in a hospital where we worked. We started with one unit with 10 COVID patients. By April, because I work at Maimonides Medical Center, which was one of the epicenter, by 2 weeks into first week of April, we ended up with over 500 COVID patients. Every unit, every part of the hospital turned into a critical care unit because every patients were very, very ill, had to be intubated, but we had minimum amount of critical care nurses. So nurses who were not 100% trained had to critically take care of patients that really needed a one-to-one. So for us, that's where the failure started because we were not prepared. We were not prepared as a state, we were not prepared as a nation. And then the work became our work as nurses. And there were days we're still talking about it. We don't know how we made it through. We don't know how we got home. We didn't know what to do. And that was a big failure for us. Thank you.
So I'll go now. Then the failures that we saw were not necessarily in the same place. So we didn't see necessarily problems with failure of coverage and providing that initial care to people. Where we found that there was failures was more of the administrative piece that kind of came along too, which was that say for instance, we wanted to be able to provide telehealth services to be able to prevent people from having to travel into the doctor's office in order to get their care, and yet it wasn't equal access across the board based on insurance carriers to the same types of telehealth services. Sometimes some insurance was covered for certain circumstances, but not for other circumstances. One example would be New York State workers' compensation didn't cover, many of the telehealth services until much further along during the pandemic. So anybody that had visits based on that would still be forced to leave the home to come in to get care. Even though there were testing programs in place in order to test people for COVID-19 that was supposed to be free or paid for by the insurance company, if people didn't actually have a diagnosis code of having a cough or something else, then the insurance company might not have paid for those, and then people were on the hook for these COVID tests. Anybody that was a healthcare worker who was just being told, or people that were in the essential health or the essential fields, like working in the grocery stores or things like that, they were told that you should get tested more routinely, that you should go get tested even if you're asymptomatic. It wasn't really clear to them who was going to be paying for those types of tests. It'd be paid for if you went through the Department of Health, but if you just showed up at an urgent care center by yourself, then you're on the hook for a $250 bill. So, those were the administrative nightmares with the pandemic that we saw a lot of. That in the model that we have, this fragmented multi-payer model, everybody's got different rules for everything. It's just a nightmare to try and advocate for your patients and work through the process and really try to be timely, and especially in something like this where time is of the utmost essence and getting these answers quickly. It didn't have that nimbleness that came because of the fragmented system.
I would add to that, because of our insurance system, an awful lot of people arrived at the hospital when they came down with COVID symptoms with serious underlying conditions that in a well-ordered world they would have been getting treated for over the years. But they weren't because they had inadequate insurance. And those people got sicker with COVID and were more likely to die. I had one friend who died of COVID, and we're pretty sure it's partly because when she started getting sick, and this was early in the epidemic, she convinced herself that, it would, go away by itself, and she didn't want to deal with the deductible and all that. And a couple of days later, she was dead. That should never have happened. And in a well-organized system, it wouldn't. And hospitals that were overrun by COVID were overrun in part because they had been spending millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars on administrative staff to fight with COVID, to fight with insurance companies, instead of spending that money on hiring nurses and doctors all these years. So they were understaffed to begin with, and even more understaffed when the epidemic really rolled in. And it doesn't have to be that way, and it shouldn't be that way.
Thank you. So this question is not directly related to the pandemic, but the U.S. Supreme Court is currently considering the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act, and we know this provides health insurance to millions of Americans. And since New York has adopted many of the ACA's provisions and runs its own health exchange, what impacts do you think a decision by the conservative majority that we have now, that the ACA is unconstitutional, would impact New York State?
Yeah, it's true. A lot of the consumer protections in the ACA about pre-existing conditions and no annual limits on what a health plan will pay, et cetera. People tend to forget it, but we enacted that in 1996 in New York. And we have expanded Medicaid. What would really hurt us most if the ACA goes away is that every year we get billions of dollars in federal aid in New York, thanks to the Affordable Care Act. It subsidizes Medicaid. It subsidizes what is called the Essential Plan, which is an insurance package for people whose income is a little too high for Medicaid, and for people who buy Affordable Care Act policies, which would continue in New York, but the federal subsidy for their premiums and the like would disappear. So it would cost New York billions of dollars a year. A lot of that goes to the state treasury to pay for coverage. A lot of it goes directly into consumer pockets to pay for health coverage.
Jason?
Yes, Assemblyman Gottfried's definitely got the handle on a lot of these policy things a lot better than I do. But the one thing that I worry about with this is that if nationally the insurance marketplace changes where the insurers don't have to cover these pre-existing conditions, one of the things that I worry about is the exiting of New York from, or the redistribution from the current funds away from New York to these other places where these insurance companies will be able to make more profit, essentially, because they will be able to have premiums without having to pay out as much money for things that are not as covered services. So those are the types of situations that I worry about when the federal government is going to make policy changes. I think that here in New York State, the actual stuff that our members have covered, or our patients have covered, I think that they will still be, in essence, protected by the things that our state, with great foresight, has enacted. But I think that as Assemblymember Godfrey pointed out, that the loss of revenue is the thing that's really going to impact the medical community and the patient, the people of New York in terms of what they can get done.
Nancy, your thoughts?
Yes, thank you. My thoughts are mine. Well, state like us, like New York, we can protect ourselves from the conservative, from US Supreme Court by expanding and protecting coverage that is critical. Okay, what are the key subsidies that makes hospitalization truly affordable? It appears that while we remain in a system of private health insurance, disparities will continue. So how do we get low-income communities on the same footing as wealthy ones with regard to hospital resources? How do we address extreme shortage and severe understaffing at hospitals serving community of colors? How do we allow African-American men, for example, to live lives that are 15 years less than white counterparts? So we must listen to the communities. Okay, they have the experience and they have the answers. So we must go to the communities and assess and see. We must be able to level it off, where just because I have private insurance and I'm getting better care than versus somebody else with Medicaid. So we must here in New York expand our coverage and look at the private insurance and how we cover, private versus public. This, for me, this is really something that I think about often, every day, every time I go to work, every time I run into a young man that walks in and not feeling well. And when we run an AC level, and then we realize that person has been a diabetic for a long time and does not know about it just because they're not able to go for routine care. So how do we make that available to every New Yorker?
Thank you. In other current news, there's been a lot of media coverage that vaccines and medical therapies are being developed, most notably the announcement by Pfizer. So what are your views about these developments, and how well could New York handle the distribution of these therapies, as well as ensuring that everyone can gain access to these treatments? I'd like to hear from Jason first, and then Nancy, and then Richard.
As devil's in the details on this, the equitable distribution of vaccines. Obviously, we prioritize this in our own advocacy issues, where we feel strongly that that there need to be community resources to be able to distribute these vaccinations. We're in favor of things like school-run vaccine clinics, mobile vaccine units to be able to get into these communities that are already medically underserved, and making sure that they have the resources to be able to do this. We are looking for public-private partnerships to be able to help to push these things, but really predominantly we are looking to the state and our advocacy efforts with them to make sure that these are not forgotten communities, that this isn't a treatment or a preventative prevention that is going to disproportionately fall into the purview of those who are the wealthy, more to do, the people that have more access to healthcare. We want to make sure that this is disproportionately falling into the treatment realm for the people that are most affected by this. So.
Nancy?
Sure. Well, to start with, I think we start with the healthcare practitioners, just because we need to keep the hospitals free of the virus, because it's absolutely essential that the frontline workers need to be protected and need to be healthy in order to continue to deliver care. Then the government is the entity to devise and carry out a plan of distribution, not the private industry. We must be given a seat at the table. Again, what do we mean by that? Where we could see where the plans are being made and revised. Public health expert must be involved, not those that anyway employed by the pharmaceutical industry. Because when we're looking at the vaccine, it shouldn't be a business. It should pretty much be viewed as a right for all Americans to have access to the vaccine in order for us to continue to go back to our regular life. Because if we leave it up to the pharmaceutical company, then we're not going to be able to serve the underserved communities, the communities of color, the people with low income. So that's where, as healthcare providers, we need to have a say in how we're going to start to distribute the vaccination. And that includes the public health system, the physicians, and everybody involved in the front line taking care of patients. So that way, I feel that all Americans deserve access to that vaccine when it comes out, all of us, not the chosen few. As we saw earlier during the COVID, a lot of people could not be tested because of money, because of our income. Only a few people could get tested. So that's what I would like to see happen for us to have a seat on the table.
And Richard?
Yeah, well, I guess maybe my first thought is just in the nick of time with this new development, we're going to have a president who believes in science and fairness. And that's going to make an enormous amount of difference. You know, the Trump administration's proposal for how to distribute the vaccine was heavily based on large corporate chain pharmacies, which is pretty frightening. I expect that in New York, at least, we will be developing a system relying on our hospitals, on independent pharmacies, on community health centers, on resources that are much more community oriented. We're going to have to do a major job at the federal level and at the local level of reassuring Americans about whether this is a safe and effective vaccine. Hopefully, we will be able to honestly tell them that it is a safe and effective vaccine. But after so many years of anti-science trashing from Washington, it's going to take an effort to make sure that people are accepting of this vaccine. So we've got a lot of work to do. It's wonderful that we have the opportunity to do it. I always want to mention that one of my earliest childhood memories, I guess I was about 6 or 7 years old, when all the kids in school were lined up in the school cafeteria with our sleeves rolled up to participate in the clinical trial of the polio vaccine. And I have a little ID card certifying, commending me for being a participant in the polio vaccine clinical trial. So I guess I've been in this for a long time. But we've got a lot of repair work to do in terms of public confidence in science and in our healthcare system and in this vaccine. After all that we've been through, and we're going to need Dr. Fauci more than ever.
Thank you. So how do you all feel that the effort by the state government to coordinate care delivery has been going? And do you believe that these efforts should be continued, led by the state government? At this point, do you think hospitals and healthcare workers are now better prepared for the possible rising threat of another wave of COVID? Or do you think they're still just as vulnerable, specifically public hospitals in New York? Jason, you can start off. Sorry, Jason, and then from Richard, and then Nancy.
The hospitals around us have talked about how they feel much more ready to handle the situations, how they feel that they're going to be able to manage the patients better. We'll see when the rubber hits the road. I don't know. I mean, no matter where we've looked, going all the way back to last December in China or in Italy or in Spain or France or in New York City or in the Midwest, I mean, like we're seeing the same mortality rates time after time after time. And we've got these treatments that, you know, according to some clinical studies might be more effective or than placebos. We still see very similar mortality rates. And you know, I think despite our best efforts, I don't know that we're any more, I don't want to be a doom and gloom person. I've been accused of that a couple of times. But I don't necessarily feel as though, you know, the percentage of people that still end up in an ICU and the percentage of people that we have who are in an ICU who ultimately go on to die from this disease, I don't know if we're a lot better than where we were in March and April. And I hope that's the case, but I think that still we have to be prepared that there's going to be a lot of death associated with this most recent rise, despite all of the advances that we believe that we've made.
Richard.
Yeah, I think New York has done a better job than certainly many other states, maybe better job than the vast majority of them. New Yorkers as a people have done a much better job than the people of other states. And I think that's partly because of our culture and who we are, and it's partly because we have had leaders at the state and New York City government level that have spoken from good science about the epidemic, certainly dramatically differently from what we've been hearing from the president. I think there are aspects of what's gone on that need correcting. I think the state has had some bad policies dealing with nursing homes. I mean, we need to do extraordinary things to protect people in nursing homes from this virus, but I think the state has gone way overboard in keeping close family members from being able to visit a family member in a nursing home. And, you know, visiting someone in a nursing home is a lot more than just a social occasion. It's part of that person's care and treatment. Visitors have a way of detecting whether someone is getting poor care. It's well known that nursing home residents who have frequent visitors get more attention and better treatment from the staff of the nursing home. So there are things like that that I think need fixing in our state's response. But certainly we are a whole lot better off than the country as a whole, and better off than most states in terms of our state and city leadership.
And lastly, we'd like to hear from Nancy.
Yes, thank you. And I heard all the panel. Unfortunately for me as a nurse, we've done some work, but we are not ready. We still don't have adequate PPEs in most of the hospitals, and our nursing shortage, we're very short staffed on a daily basis every day. So if we have another surge, which could happen anytime soon, it's going to be devastating to our nurses, because right now, every day we go into work, we are working 3-5 nurses less than we should have. And we're still being told that you could only have one N95 per day. Sometimes not. What happened to the one that you have in between? So we've made progress, but we have a long way to go. Our biggest concern is adequate nurse patient ratio. Right now, we're not achieving that at all. So I believe that the state should look into a staffing pattern and how we work on a daily basis. Until that's done, we're gonna have major problems that I could see coming in the future.
Hey, Nadine, could we stick on this topic for a little bit more? I think that you've got a good one here, and I think maybe another go around through this might be worthwhile. I think that, you know, there's so many good aspects of this to look at moving ahead. Yes, I agree that I think we're doing a better job in the state than many other parts of the country. And yet, yeah, we still are not adequately taking care of our professionals inside the medical field who are dealing with these patients on a daily basis, who have experienced the worst of the trauma back in March and April, the emotional trauma that went along with being a healthcare provider in these situations that were just horrific scenes. And who are still emotionally and psychologically recovering from March and April now, the second time of the year, who are now being told, guess what, we're ramping back up. Guess what, there's another wave coming. And it's just, they're still in shock and disbelief. And, you know, when they start to, you know, you feel this sometimes from a medical standpoint, you feel like, you're trying to do the best that you can, and then society is doing stuff that you say, please don't do that. We cannot take another wave like this, and it becomes like exasperating and frustrating, and you just feel like you have no control over what's happening, and yet you're at the whim of society, and you're at the whim of this virus to try and manage, to try and save people's lives. You know, we got people that are going to weddings and to parties and going on party buses and bringing this disease, you know, from out of state travel back into New York State. And it's just the rates are going up. And, you know, I do agree that with Nancy that, you know, our healthcare professionals that are right now that are going to be dealing with this third wave again, I don't know that we've learned enough or changed enough to be able to really help them be able to deal with what's going to be coming physically, psychologically, emotionally.
Thank you. Are there any lasting comments? That was actually the last question. Okay. If you've all finished saying what you needed to say, thank you so much for being here. It's definitely important to think about not just the COVID-19 patients, but also the healthcare workers and leadership for them to be able to handle, you know, the loads from this crisis. So thank you again, Assemblymember Gottfried. Thank you, Nancy Hagans, and thank you, Dr. Jason. We definitely appreciate you all being here. Thank you to all the students that came. So now we're going to start heading out to our breakout rooms.
Yes, thank you so much, Nadine, and another thank you to all of our participants today. The breakout meetings, the most recent links, they did change from the agenda that was sent out via email. Those links have been posted in the chat. So I urge everyone to please go join these breakout rooms. And I would like to, at this time, thank everyone that has been watching us on YouTube throughout the afternoon. I hope you all learned a lot from these discussions, and I hope that everyone has an absolutely wonderful day and a wonderful weekend. And please stay safe, everyone.